Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Amanda. Well, good afternoon, everybody in attendance for today's ordinary meeting of Council, being the 19th of November. We do start late today because of a funeral that was attended this morning by a majority of the councillors, so our condolences to that family. A very special service. So to everybody here today, welcome. Whatever your reasons for being here is, you are welcome in this chamber. We do have standing orders here that ask you just to remain obviously courteous and quiet, and generally we don't hear from the gallery unless it's permission from through the chair and broader permission through the councillors. So we will open this today's with acknowledgement of country. As we do, we acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we meet on in this beautiful part of the earth, the Darumble people, and we certainly pay our respects to their elders and past, present and emerging. We have Councillor Eastwood is an apology that should be turning up at some stage in the afternoon. I'll just refer to our agenda here. We've got only Councillor Eastwood being apologies there. Our confirmation of minutes of previous meeting. Would someone like to move that? That's moved Councillor Walpon, seconded Councillor Rothery. Thank you. Item 5, declaration of interest in matters on the agenda.
There will be, Mr. Chairman. For myself, I'll announce it at the time. 11.3.
You're announcing 11.3?
Yes, conflict of interest.
Okay, and just for everybody's benefit, there's been a request to bring that item of the agenda forward, given that many in our gallery here are interested in that matter. So with the agreement of the table, we will do that. Everybody comfortable with that?
Yes. We need to vote. Do we need to vote on that, Mr. Mayor?
Not
Is that
really.
A procedural motion?
I'd be happy to have a procedural.
Yeah, I'll move a procedural to bring it forward.
A procedural there to bring that item forward. All those in favour? Thank you very much. So we will deal with that matter first. And in that case then, I'll just make reference to where we're up to here. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, you're just in time.
Just in time.
Yep. We're going to bring item 11.3 forward, Councillor Eastwood, which is the Mildura Rise Development application. A matter of interest has been brought forward by Councillor Maida, so your declaration there, Councillor Maida.
Are you ready to raise that subject now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we just moved the procedural to bring that item forward.
Then, in the interests of my position, and I believe I have a conflict of interest, under Chapter 5B of the Local Government Act, Part 3, Section 150, and in doing so, I will be leaving the room, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maida. Perhaps before you do, Councillor Maida, maybe we could all welcome our new CEO, Mr. Terry Dodds, who starts with us today for the first official meeting. Welcome to the Livingstone Shire, and welcome to this table. And we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And I'll vacate. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Councillor Maida. Okay, councillors, so we have a recommendation before us that was considered in the committee meeting of the Development and Environment Committee on the 5th of November relating to the Mildura Rise development. The committee had recommended to approve, is my understanding. Unless anybody wants to tell me different, as I wasn't here at that meeting, but that's my understanding.
Can we just confirm whether we're actually, through the chair, sorry, whether we're actually doing the other recommendations from the minutes, or are we going to the Mildura Rise recommendation on its own, separately?
Well, I guess I'm looking for guidance, but my understanding is we're going to deal with 11.3. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps we just deal with the actual standing committee, the rest of it, with the exception by exception to remove Mildura Rise, and then deal with that.
Perfect. Okay. So I might hand over to Councillor Rothery there.
Yep.
Leave over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm pleased to present the report of the Development and Environment Centre Committee that met on the 5th of November 2024. The recommendations from that committee are shown in the minutes. Can I request that we consider item D 2072022, reconfiguring a lot and an application for material change of use for Mildura Rise Estate separately at the end as there is an additional resolution proposed. As you can see, office recommendation, we've got two proposal to develop a temporary local planning instrument to suspend or otherwise affect the operation of the Livingstone Shire Council Planning Scheme 2008. 3. D5462072 for a permit to reconfiguring a lot at Vaughan Road, Adelaide Park. 4. D1942024 for a permit for a material change of use for multiple dwellings at Fountain Street, Emmy Park. 5. Communities Management Portfolio Report. Number 6 are parking arrangements. 7. Shoreline Erosion Management Plan, Muskers Beach. 8. Request for renewal of lease at Amphotel Pty Limited over part of Lot 24 RP6 12563 and Lot 1 RP6 12715 Drone Bay Reservoir. And 9. Request the council views renewal of term lease over Lot 84 CP LI1314. And the matter laid on the table with the report being presented in today's meeting separately. The management plan of Cooey Bay Main Beach access. And the following two matters were laid on the table and will be returned to a future council meeting and therefore will not be considered today, which is 1, the D3952020 application for permit for material change of use for the extractive industry at Rosemoya Road, Milman Road and Yamba Road.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rothery there. So just so I'm clear, we've got several matters that are still not going to be dealt with today, that were in that committee meeting, is that correct? The extractive quarry and
the Cooey Bay Master
Plan. So that won't be within the following motion, okay? Right out then, would someone like to move that if there's not any questions, or? Got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconded there Councillor Rothery. And Councillor Eastwood. Yes.
Question, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Mather has left the building. Does she need to be in for this decision, or we can just approve that as is? I'm not too sure.
You raise a very good point.
Yes.
It would be good for her to, unless she's obviously not conflicted with this, so absolutely, if we're not going to deal with 11.3, as initially we were probably steering towards.
Yeah.
How about we bring Councillor Mather back?
Us, Terry.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. If the conflict of interest is a subsection of the report and the rest of it is no conflict of interest, I can't see a reason why Councillor Mather couldn't be in the room.
Absolutely.
Maybe at the beginning of the report that was misconstrued because Councillor Mather may have thought it was inculcated throughout the whole of the report, not separately.
Yeah, well, I guess we don't want to make this any harder than we probably have intended to. Ultimately, our objective is to deal with 11.3 first and foremost. Councillor Mather's left the room for that particular matter. So rather than go get Councillor Mather, thank you, Councillor Rothery, for reading out all those items. Mm-hmm. Can we deal with 11.3 first and foremost, and then move on to the balance of the Development Committee following that decision?
But it says, Mr. Mayor, that is 11.3.
The item within 11.3 then, Mildura Rise, that's going to be treated separately, is my understanding.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
So are you going to bring Councillor Mather back for... Are we going to do Mildura Rise and then come back to that?
I believe we deal with Mildura Rise first and foremost.
That's fine.
And that way we don't need to bring Councillor Mather back in.
All right.
I'll take a big, deep breath.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
That's totally fine.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just say something before we go on. I do apologise for my dress, ladies and gentlemen, and those on the live stream. I've just come straight from a specialist report appointment in Rockhampton, and It took way longer than I thought. I intended to get home and get changed, but I thought it was more important to be at the meeting in a t-shirt than not to attend at all. So,
Thank you, Councillor Rees. Okay, we're going to deal with D 207 2022 reconfiguring a lot, an application for material change of use for Mildura Rise Estate. This was taken to the committee on a fortnight ago. It was recommended to go to the ordinary meeting for approval. That's my understanding. Is there an officer that would like to present any further information, or do we have a mover for that particular item? In the absence of no one, will ask for a mover of that item.
Sorry, Rich, what happened?
Mildura Rise is what we're dealing with.
Yep,
Mildura Rise.
and you need Justin.
You need someone to move it.
Yeah, I'm happy to move it.
just a question, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
So why wasn't this going through with the entirety of the?
We made a decision because there was quite a number of people here that had turned up to attend.
Yep.
To deal with it first and foremost.
Okay.
Councillor Maynard is conflicted, so we've asked her to leave.
Yep.
And we
So
then,
nothing's changed on this from the fortnight ago?
well, that's a good question, and I think it's a relevant question to ask.
I do ask the question then.
Yep.
It has to be.
I'm covering the board choice next time.
Yep. Yep. So Councillor Rees has asked a question, is there any changes or anything that since the committee meeting a fortnight ago that is relevant today?
Thank you. Through the chair, the proponent has had a look at the plans, and there is a proposal to potentially increase the size of the lots along the southern border to 2,000 square metres. However, that would be subject to a resolution of the council to enable that to happen.
Okay, so just following on that there, Greg, thank you for that. The officers have provided me with a statement here for the councillors to consider, which is an amendment to the previous DA that was submitted a fortnight ago, and it relates to lot sizes on the parameters. And the wording here is, prior to lodgement of any operational works application, submit and have approved by council an amended site layout plan which shows the minimum lot size of 2,000 square metres for lots adjoining the Paramount Estate, southern boundary. The amended site layout plan, once approved by council, will become the approved site layout plan for the development. So that has come as a result of discussions that have taken place as councillors have considered this application, and that's now reflected in this statement there that the boundary properties will be increased to 2,000 square metres adjoining Paramount Estate. Okay, and prior to that they were approximately...
The range in size from about just under 2,000, I think it was.
Okay.
So, question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the officer. So, we're talking about the change of the size of those on the size of the lots on the southern boundary. So, does that mean if this is approved today, then they will be conditioned? Is that correct?
Yes, it would form part of the recommendation and resolution.
So making those lots larger on the southern boundary means amalgamating some of those smaller lots together to make them larger.
I need to take that on notice. I think it's an amalgam of reducing the size of some of them and increasing the size of the others. So,
Through the chair, that's a question.
Yep.
Greg, that was stage 8 that was being adjusted, wasn't it? The last stage?
I believe it's stage 8.
Yes,
that's correct.
Thank you.
Would it be beneficial if we had an image of the submitted DA so we could see where those lots were exactly for councillors' benefit? I would appreciate that if we could just pause.
So there's
to show that
the plan will show you is the proposal, not the original submitted
okay.
plan.
So it'll have the amended.
It'll have the proposed what can be amended. That's correct.
Okay. Could we have that up on the screen? Yeah.
Can you
Thank you.
when I'm putting that, please?
So
When am I putting that?
that plan I sent to you, I sent the executive.
While that's happening, another question through the chair, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Through you to Greg. This is development is proposed to be staged. Am I correct in saying stage 1 is closest to the Bruce Highway where the access will be, and then it will evolve through the stages, including those on the southern boundary, which will be stage 8. If this was to be approved, how many years would we be looking at for stage 8 to commence? I mean, it's how long's a piece of string, I understand, but...
That is a difficult question to answer, but I can confirm that the access off the Bruce Highway is part of stage 1. Okay, so it's a requirement to provide that access directly to the Bruce Highway. So there would be no other access in the immediate term to either estate either side through the roads which have already been formed and proposed to have access to. In terms of the actual timing, there's a number of factors in there, so market forces, how quickly things can occur, so that's a very difficult question to answer.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. So, Craig, just for my benefit, the lots that have been increased in sizes on the, as attributed to this statement here, going up to a minimum of 2,000 adjoining Paramount Estate. Could we see where they are?
So those lots on the bottom, on the southern boundary there, that are, there we go, that have the cloud around them.
Okay. So they're all now in that, in a light blue?
All minimum 2,000 square metres, that's correct.
Right, and previously they were down in the yellow?
But they were down at the yellow, so that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. There was a range of sizes
Right.
with yellow in there, but now there's no yellow.
Okay. Okay. And I guess I've got a question just in relation to the open space that's been identified in there. Has there been, or what possibilities are there to perhaps see some community type play space, whether it be, I'm not going to say what it should be or could be, but basketball hoops, flat pump tracks, or a suitable playground or something of that size. It wouldn't be uncommon to see in our more urban subdivisions.
That's correct. Yeah. So there's two large there's two parts of the park of parkland in there. The parkland to the top left-hand corner is actually quite steep, so it would be very difficult to actually put appropriate play equipment if that's what the desire was. The more logical place would be in that area along the waterway, which is more towards the centre of the screen, I guess. But there's a range of options that can be looked in that. I would suspect that we would probably do that in conjunction with some community consultation to understand what was required out there. So that would be a little bit down the track.
Right, but are we in a position though to condition the approval of this to ensure that it's worded that it will be incorporated into the development? How do we ensure?
No parkland was proposed as part of the development, but that's something certainly we can have a discussion with the developer moving forward. Yes.
Right. Okay.
You're after something a bit more solid than that, Mr. Mayor.
Beg your pardon?
You're after something a bit more solid than maybe the discussion.
Well, I'm probably looking for guidance as well, and an appetite to is the ability to ensure that is included in the future development, commensurate with what we believe is becoming more and more the community standards of. We understand that park residential 1 acre blocks generally don't require playgrounds as such. The Olive Estate has Sarah's Garden. However, we have invested and will be investing about $350,000 into...
Paramount Park.
Sorry, Councillor Friend?
Paramount
Park.
Mr. Mayor.
At a cost of the ratepayer, so I guess I'm seeking probably exploring the options of seeking to
Mr Mayor, should there have been a question we asked in the deputation? And
Well, I
maybe
guess-
that
I
can
guess-
happen offline at a later stage.
well, this is the process of coming to a decision that the majority of councillors are satisfied with. Often we don't think of everything, you know, up until that time as you become aware of things. Or so I guess I'm looking to see if that can be factored into the approval, that there will be a community playground of some sorts. Is that a crazy idea to put to the
Mr.
officers
Mayor,
or the...
Mr Mayor, could we possibly ask the developer if he'd be interested in talking about it afterwards?
Well, we'd like to make a decision, yes or no,
You
today.
can't put him on the spot right now.
No, and that's why we're having, you know, mature conversation to see, explore what is possible.
Through Mr Mayor,
So, you'd be happy?
No.
through Mr Mayor, would it be worthwhile adding a dot point that suitable park land commensurate with the expected demographics be installed at the developer's cost?
Yeah, civil parkland.
Parkland, oblique,
Play space or...
I think the point that Sue is getting to is that we probably, it would be best to allow the community out there to have some say as to what actually goes in there, to whether that's a pump track, playground, a sand pit. That's a moot point at this point in time.
Yep.
Happy to bring a report back to the table with some results of community consultation down the track.
Yep.
Through Mr Mayor, perhaps it can be done in a two-stage process where should it be the will of council, part A is dealt with part B in lieu of my first suggestion that subject to a post community consultation, a further report come back to council with the specifics of parkland, play area, park track and so forth, so that the developer gets a decision today from council, and then staff have the time to meet with the community to further the design of a concept for the park and playground without actually slowing either the decision of council down or the speed of development up, depending which way council choose.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it possible to read part A, what you mentioned there? It's okay? Chair? Sorry.
Yeah. Read part A.
Yes, please.
If we could scroll down, that would be great.
Are you wanting recommendation A?
Yes.
Recommendation A there, that's what you're after, Councillor
Yes,
Walker?
please. Thank
Yep.
you.
Are you right to read that or?
Yeah, I can read that out loud.
Yeah, please do.
So recommendation A, that in relation to the application for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot, 3 lots into 409 lots, balanced lot, Park and New Road, and preliminary approval, variation request, to vary the effect of the local planning instrument, Livingstone Planning Scheme 2018 version 3, from rural zone to low density residential zone, Mildura Rise Estate, pursuant to section 503 of the Planning Act 2016, made by Procon Development Proprietary Limited, that the committee recommends the council to resolve to approve the application pursuant to section 60 and 61 of the Planning Act 2016, as the assessment manager is satisfied.
It goes through a fairly lengthy. So I guess ultimately, councillors, we've got a mover here in Councillor
Rothery.
Councillor Eastwood, I believe.
Councillor Rothery moved it.
Yep, Councillor Rothery. we've got a seconder there. Look, I'm happy to second it, but on the basis that I'm probably putting forward that I would like to ensure, for me to vote for this, that there will be a play space incorporated into the development consistent with other urban developments that's occurring.
I'll second.
Okay, Councillor Watson?
Just get it going, yeah.
But it's important we know what the actual motion is. So we've got the officer's recommendation before us.
Yep.
I'm flagging that I'm seeking to have the play space incorporated in the original motion in a way that we all understand that there will be a play space provided by the developer. I'm happy to.
Well, let's look at it.
Yep. So you're happy to.
I'm happy for it.
Okay. Mr. CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
And speaking with Greg, the recommendation E.
Yep.
If we could put some words in there about the playscape, recreation, whatever nomenclature that Greg wants to call it, in there, post public consultation, be brought to council for further consideration, such that
or further approval of the council.
Further approval, so that the crossing the T's and the dotting I's in relation to the playground, parkland, pump track, whatever suits the demographics of the community, come back for further finessing with council. So if we want to add a recommendation D, recommendation E, sorry Amanda, recommendation E, that post public consultation be brought back to council for consideration. I don't think we need to say anything about demographics. That'll be all just part of the operational. For further consideration. Does that cover it? Further consideration
for installing into the parkland as part of stage.
We've got a.
Around that time, when that's 3 years to me, maybe it should be playscape recreation facilities or embellishments, words to that effect.
Yep.
Playscape recreation facilities or embellishments be brought back to council for further consideration prior to the construction of that stage, which should be about 4 or 5. Of these
that stage, that makes sense.
Of that stage. Because obviously it wouldn't be built at the beginning, it'll be out in no man's land because there'll be nothing around it, but when the blocks get to that stage, that'll be the time that it'll be done. So it could be used from the people that have got up to stage 4 or stage 5 onwards.
Okay. Okay, no, for the... Sorry, I haven't...
John Gaskell. Yes.
John, and John, you represent... Forgive me for asking now, maybe putting you on the spot, but you represent the private consulting firm that were engaged to assess this development application?
Correct, that's exactly right, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so our firm reviewed this application in full, and it was our recommendation that this application be approved, and we found that there were strong planning grounds to support the application, both at a regional level, in terms of that North Rockhampton corridor, but also in terms of the locality and an opportunity that was offered in this land, and also the infrastructure availability. I guess what pushed all that, I won't take up much of your meetings, Mayor, but what pushed all that was really we are in a high need situation. We've got a very high need for housing, and so having supply at different parts of the Shire, I think is an important part of how we deal with that high need for housing over time.
Certainly. Thank you. Just want to qualify who the consultant was that has assessed this particular application.
So through Mr. Mayor, before we go on,
we've
got to be clear that there's recommendation A with the addition of part E about the playscape.
Yep.
So that we're all clear.
Yep, and that will be...
So, through the chair, are we doing all the recommendations in one go, Mr. CEO? That's what's happening? All right, just so I just got confused.
And just to qualify that that will be an investment made by the developer.
Can I ask a question? Where it says 3 lots into 409 lots, is that still correct now that we've amalgamated those other blocks?
I think the yield stays the same. I think there's been changes in the overall area of those
Okay.
lots.
Just want to make sure it's right. That's not correct? I've just been nodded that it's not correct.
Okay, I'm not sure of the total number in that case.
Plan on the screen says 392.
392. Can we change that up in the recommendation then, please? So from 409 to 3, whatever it was. Right, thank you.
Through the chair, we'll also need to resolve to change recommendation C.
Yep.
Last line, the committee recommends the council resolve an issue with such a charges notice and take the amount out
Yep. To reflect.
to reflect the.
Yep. Okay.
Mr Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Morford.
if the play recommendation E,
Yep.
in terms of the embellishments, playscape recreation, will that change the amount of lots if that came in, or will that stay the same?
No, I believe it will be. It'll be within the open space that was already identified in there.
Thank you.
Maybe Greg or whilst there's clarity there, but at the point of submitting an operational plan as such, is that exactly what they look like, or is there? That's exactly what they look like.
Pretty much.
There we go. Right up. Just wanted to make sure we knew that. Okay, councillor, is there any further questions? No.
Can I just ask
Of course.
one question, Mr Mayor? The direct access onto the Bruce Highway, what kind of impact will there be on Angela Road?
There's no impact on Angela. Direct access on the Bruce Highway is not causing any impact on Angela Road. It's a completely separate access point. The previous incarnations had a service road coming off Angela Road to the access to that access of the Bruce Highway.
Mhm.
That has been deleted.
It's been deleted. The service road has been deleted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Could we go back to that plan to see that, so I'm clear on that as well, please? So what are we referring to there, the Bruce Highway?
So the Bruce Highway is on the left of your screen.
Yep.
It says Yamba Road / Bruce Highway.
Yep.
So previously, see where it says legend lot sizes? Lot size? Down the bottom.
Oh,
Actually, I'll just get up and show you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Thank you.
Previously, there was a service road that came through here.
Okay.
That's been deleted. So all the access is off the Bruce Highway.
Right, okay.
Can I just add to that, Greg, if I may, through you, Mr Chair?
Please do.
Clearly there will be traffic that will be able to go north and south through those existing areas, but primarily the access is coming from the Bruce Highway. It's important actually that these estates are integrated, and yes, of course there'll be traffic to and fro, north and south, as well as from this estate. But that's not a bad thing. That's a normal consequence of filling the gap in terms of development. So the fact that there's a direct access from the Bruce Highway though actually alleviates a lot of that through traffic coming straight out to the Bruce Highway for access is a really positive thing about how this is going to work.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Just one further question. The service station that I believe is approved, it's not part of this.
No, that's
No.
not. No, it's not.
Okay. So irrespective of what design that is or whatever that approval is over that service station, that's completely separate. And it may go through different iterations depending on the appetite or the desire or the need of the developer to make changes if they do or they don't. That's separate to this DO.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, may I speak for?
Well, once questions
Through Mr Mayor,
are exhausted, absolutely you can speak for.
Through Mr Mayor, I know I'm being pedantic about this, but I just want to make sure. So, A goes from page 18 to almost the bottom of page 19, and then there's notes for the rest of part A further down, which is below recommendation B.
So, yes, that's correct. So the proposed recommendations are A, B, C, D, and E. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. One further question from the Chair. Just in terms of the sewage connection, what's proposed to address that in terms of who's providing that, or how is that going to be?
So the development application proposed to connect to the Rockhampton sewage.
Right.
So as part of this approval, the sewage is considered non-trunk sewage infrastructure. This means it needs to be provided at the developer's cost. There are a number of sunrise clauses in the conditions package. So sunrise clause basically says that in order to do something, you need to do these things first. So one of those things would be for council to reach a heads of agreement with Rockhampton Regional Council about discharging into their system.
Right.
Through the chair, that's prompted me. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. You've prompted me to ask another question. We were under an impression that we would be looking at a modular sewage treatment plant within this area, and that the developer would be assisting in us moving forward. So where does that sit?
So the first step of the process is to have an approval for reticulate sewage, and then whatever decision is made after that, whether it's go to Rockhampton or Rockhampton sewage system or have some sort of modular system, that's a separate conversation after the approval.
Okay. No further questions? Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's been a lot of questions being thrown out and could, obviously need to be, but I'm for this because I think the Northern Corridor is definitely a growth area in Livingstone. And, I know that a lot of people who have land out there, but there's a lot of people wanting land as well. And we need to, as council, to look forward into the future. And we've done our best as in trying to limit the size, as in minimum size, to accommodate everyone surrounding the area, to still have their size, their piece, you could say. But I do believe that moving forward, this is a good plan. I think it's needed in the area, and that's why I'll be voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor Rothery. Any speakers against? Any further speakers for? Councillor Watson.
Look, I'd just like to say from the beginning of the last term, there was a big push to start doing something for the Northern Corridor. And COVID came in, all those things happened, and really nothing started happening, and it's been very slow for things to actually get moving. And in my eyes, this development is something that's actually going to start the northern suburbs from growing. And it ticks all the boxes in my eyes. And to me, this development will be the start of a town up that way. And it's needed. And I'm hoping it plants a seed for other developers to start moving in and start developing out that way as well, because we need growth, we need houses, we need people, and this is just the right development to be going. I'm happy with it. I've had my doubts at times, but the final outcome is I'm comfortable with, and I look forward to it coming through.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Any further speakers either against or for? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I reserve my right to have my full time on this because I believe that both the residents and the developer should be fully aware of why we're actually voting the way we're voting. So a couple of points. Department of Transport and Main Roads have given approval for the access off the Bruce Highway directly into the estate, and these plans have been modified to remove the service road off Angela Road. The developer assures council that whilst constructing the first stage, there may be a possibility to incorporate a modular sewage treatment plant. Further stages located at the boundary of this estate will be some of the last stages that will not occur for some time, and the developer has committed to changing the southern boundary lot sizes to ensure that they will be larger in keeping with the surrounding amenity. The lot sizes of this development range from over 4,000 metres squared to 1,000 metres squared. These are not urban lot sizes of 400 metres, 600 metres or even 800 metres. There is an area to the northwest that is also steeped and sloped contours. However, there are no landslide overlays nor bushfire overlays or vegetation overlays under the state that is of concern. In 1997, this established the state-promoted larger blocks for rural residential and lifestyle. Almost 30 years later, there is a huge demand for housing, not just in our local government area, but throughout all local governments in Queensland and indeed Australia. At the recent Local Government Association of Queensland conference, every mayor and councillor I spoke with agreed that this is a #1 issue. I submitted a notice of motion at this conference on behalf of Livingstone Shire Council requesting that the LGAQ lobby for the state funding so that the local housing action plan, for which the previous state government commissioned to all local government areas to undertake, has the much needed and urgent funding to implement actions that are noted within this plan when it's completed. There was a resounding majority of councils out of the 77 in Queensland that agreed with Livingstone Shire. The reason I have stated this particularly today is that our council wants to progress our shire and future development. We were hamstrung, Mr Mayor, for 2 years within the last tenure of council, fighting to keep the boundaries, what was already Livingstone Shire. And now we have the opportunity to commence this expansion. Up until access directly from the Bruce Highway was approved and lot sizes were increased, with the unique opportunity for the construction of a sewage treatment plant, I was perhaps not in favour, as I did not want to have to rely on another council to process our wastewater. Now is the time for Livingstone to stand alone. Now is the time to progress our northern area of this Shire of Livingstone. It's time, councillors, to not be known as a subsidiary of our neighbouring council. It's time to shine and progress. They often say, Mr Mayor, that there's no progress without change, and change is always uncomfortable, but we all do have the innate ability to adapt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any further speakers either for or against? Councillor Walcott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly it's been quite challenging, this proposal, and probably in my first tenure of council, it's certainly been difficult in terms of how this is, how we come about decisions. If we look at the northern corridor in Parkhurst, it's expected to grow in the next 20 years to about 10,000 people. And if we look at Edenbrook, it's got 800 to 1,000 square metre blocks. And then you have those adjoining blocks that we've just talked about into the new area, about 2,000 square metres, so we're sort of preserving that in a way, but having this development change from the rural to a low density residential will fit in with the characteristic of the area, and that's been a bit of a challenge, how we're going to try and maintain the characteristics in the long run. But I do foresee that if we don't allow these types of developments like this, for me it will feel like we're caught in the past a bit. And if we look at the zoning of Rockhampton Regional Council and their planning scheme, the Parkhurst is zoned low density residential and low to medium density residential. And then if it wasn't approved, it would go from that kind of area into this rural area, and we feel like we're caught in the past a bit and on our back feet a tad. So I will be voting in favour of this, and knowing that we've really dug deep in terms of trying to find the best resolution as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Walcott. Councillor Eastwood.
I'll speak for it, Mr Mayor. I will be brief. I've just been to the ear, nose and throat specialist and he told me not to talk.
Wouldn't be easy for you either, Councillor.
No, it wouldn't be easy at all. But,
okay.
That's enough.
But look, this this estate's wedged between two other estates. It makes perfect sense. But to me, it also shows the way that we've come about to get these lots a little bit bigger on the Angela Road side. It just shows that a bit of compromise and a bit of goodwill doesn't go astray, and I'm just glad that we've been able to make some improvements there. I'm a little bit excited too about the future of having some sort of playground or parkland within the estate, and I just again, I don't think we're going to have any. There's no point me trying to convince councillors, because I think they're already convinced. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Perhaps before I go back to the move, Councillor Rothery, I'll speak for it. Despite recognising that there are going to be quite a number of people out there in those beautiful 1 acre blocks who clearly do not want this estate to go ahead. I think there was something like 80 odd submissions against it, and they've got every good reason to put forward those submissions. And we take very seriously the comments from our community, who we are sworn here to represent. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It is a difficult, not so much a difficult, it's a challenging role when you're faced with these, wanting to make happy everybody, but ultimately you can't do that. It's just not possible. I recognise that we'll be judged accordingly. When I attended a meeting there only on the weekend just gone, probably 50 odd people there raised very much their concerns against it. And one comment that stuck with me was an old gentleman who I know well, who said to me, when I first come here, they were 5 acre lots, then they went to 3, then they went to 1, what next? And I guess, well, the reality is that's probably over about a 40 or maybe 35 year period. Yes, they started at 5, and gradually over time they have reduced in size, and the iteration here before us is on average about 2,000 square metres. In many ways, that is Livingstone's approach to trying to preserve some sort of remnant of the park residential living that they've enjoyed out there for so long. A half acre block on average is a heck of a lot larger than perhaps some of the 400 to 500 square metre lots that we're seeing in Parkhurst, or that we see in Kilwee Bay or other areas of our community. So, are they all 4,000? No, they're not. On average, they're 2,000. As Councillor Eastwood has pointed out, we have tried throughout this application and worked very, what would you say, we've worked very constructively to try and improve the development from perhaps what it started at, hence those increased lot sizes on the boundaries, and a public place park. It won't be a space, it will be a park that will be contributed to by the developer is a good outcome, and I hope in time we'll see this estate developed over many years, and it'll be the start of things to come in the northern suburbs. Because the alternative is, are we anticipating or expecting that all future development in those northern suburbs are going to be no less than 1 or 4,000 square metres? Ultimately, that's the alternative to what we're considering here today. That there'll never be a block of land smaller than 4,000 square metres in the entire northern suburbs, which we know across the road. There's a parcel of land that's about the same size as South Rockhampton. I think it would be unrealistic to expect that they are never going to go smaller than 4,000 square metres. So this is the next iteration, and I'm prepared to support it. Thank you. Councillor Rothery, did you want to wrap up?
Just very briefly, obviously I've only just come in the last, after the last election, so this was going well before my time, but it wasn't, I was still intrigued by what was going to happen in our northern corridor, because I knew the growth was coming, and it is coming, and has come, I should say. And there's a lot of families, like I said, that want to move into a rural, a larger area for their families and that. So I'm obviously for this, but I want to just take a bit of time just to thank the officers. I know we vote on it, but the officers, council staff that have put a lot of effort into this, and they brought up, and we've had many discussions just in my short time of changes there, changes there, because we want to get it 100% what is best for Livingstone. So we're looking for it into the future, and we're voting for it. But I also just want to congratulate the council and the staff on getting this up to where it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rother. Okay, we've all had an opportunity to speak. We'll put this motion to the vote. Those in favour? That is unanimous. The motion is passed. Thank you to the gallery that have attended this particular matter on our agenda. You're more than welcome to hang around, and we will be talking about barking dogs and potholes later on. So please stay if you would like, otherwise you're quite free to go. We might perhaps just suspend procedural motion to break for 5 minutes. And that's moved by Councillor Friend. All those in favour? So, welcome back, everybody. Do we need a procedural procedural move by Councillor Friend to resume the meeting? All in favour? Thank you, Councillor. That's unanimous. Okay, so we're going to conclude item 11.3, the Development and Environment Committee, which we got underway, and I might hand back over to Councillor Rothery, who I believed spoke to that originally. Have you moved that, Councillor Rothery? Did we?
I think he did.
Yeah.
Yep, he's moved it, and we've got a seconder there in Councillor Eastwood. You've already spoke to the highlights, I guess, of that, but anything further you want to touch on before?
No, I think everything's there.
Mayor, I've got a question.
Absolutely. Over to you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question on item number 2 regarding the resolution the council communicates with the residents of Marine Parade, the potential to become a declared zone outlining advantages and disadvantages. Just in relation to the declared zone, I printed out the September ordinary meeting. It doesn't state anything about a declared zone, but now it's stating that it is being declared. Is it possible to get some explanation over that?
Yep, I'm sure we can do that. We might ask Mr.
No,
Craig.
we're on the wrong one.
This is what's up.
You're on the wrong committee.
Yeah, it's the wrong. We're still in.
We're
Is that
still
what's
in
going on?
Which committee?
I might have.
the
You're still in
development.
Infrastructure.
The development.
What's going on?
This is environment development.
Yeah, sorry, Lance.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. I think I've shot the gun.
That's fine. We'll know that you've got a question
For
when we
that.
come to
Well,
that.
shooting the gun just now that we go to council.
And that'll give Mr. Creedman more time to prepare, I'm sure, at that point. So,
Thank you.
11.3, Councillor Rothery, you've moved.
Yes.
Yep. Councillor Eastwood seconded.
Yep.
The items up there, which were previously considered at the committee meeting a fortnight ago, are before us there. So, would you like to speak at all of that, Councillor Rothery?
He did.
No,
Okay.
it's all good.
Any speakers against?
Just a query, Mr. Chairman, please.
Yes, Councillor Mayor.
When we're looking at the temporary local planning instrument, is that in relation to do with the merging communities? Or is that a separate item?
Is that dot point number 2 that you're referring to?
Yes, is that in relation to the changing the merging communities into a code accessible?
Well, let's get some explanation.
And I just
perhaps.
need to know, because I made it clear before I wouldn't support that.
That's
So
correct.
I just didn't want to support this if it was included in it.
Yep, absolutely. So let's get a response from the officer, Greg, if you'd be good enough to do that. And then Councillor Mayer, we either have...
It may be a separate matter, but I just need to be sure.
Yep.
Through the Chair, yes, you're quite correct, Councillor. The purpose of the temporary local planning instrument, as described there, is to suspend or otherwise affect the operation of the planning scheme. So it can be used to rezone certain areas. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mather, I guess there is the option, which we've done in the past certainly, if that particular matter you would like to be treated separately, so that you could vote that particular one on its own.
That's the trouble with the committees. You either do it in bulk or you disassemble it. Yeah.
Well, we do have the ability to separate them. We've done that in the past, and if you would prefer that
Yes, I would, Mr. Chairman, because I don't object
Okay.
to the others.
Okay, so we'll separate dot point number 2 there, if we can remove that from this part of the motion, and that'll be treated as a standalone to debate that on its merits.
And just the other question too, Muscat's Beach.
Yep.
How's the funding going to be apportioned to do that repair work?
So the question there is, Councillor May?
Muscat's Beach.
Yep.
Because they've already been charged a levy
Yep.
for the revetment wall in the past. And if we're going to invest money into it now, is that going to be council funding? Is it going to be grants funding? Is it going to be loan money? We just need to know.
Through the Chair, the The shoreline management plan for Muscus Beach is primarily aimed to look at erosion over a period of time. It's not something that would be funded by those particular residents, it would be something that's funded by council to monitor.
Yes, if we're going to be looking at it in the long term, we need to have a long-term costings plan and who's involved as well. So just bear that in mind.
So the purpose of the erosion management plan is to understand what is happening on that beach over time, particularly towards the southern end of the beach.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Councillor Greg and Councillor Mather. Okay, so all bar dot point number 2, which we'll treat in isolation. We've got a move from Councillor Rothery, a second from Councillor Eastwood. Does anyone want to speak either for or against the motion? No?
No.
Okay.
I just caution, Mr. Mayor, on the, I don't object to them, but the one on the, where are we? Emu Park, MCU, Fountain Street.
Right.
I'll be watching that drainage very carefully
Okay.
because I'm not too sure where the legal point of discharge is on that.
Yep.
And there are people in that area who may be affected. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you for that comment there. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's passed unanimous. We'll now deal with dot point number 2 as a separate motion, which relates to the temporary resolve to make a temporary local planning instrument to assist with the supply of residential, commercial and industrial opportunities by reducing the level of assessment for suitable applications and providing greater certainty regarding approval, costs and timing. And the balance there. Councillor Watson's moving that. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak for that? No?
No, I don't think
Would like
so.
to
Need to.
Any councillor speaking against?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
because I think it might disenfranchise the people who wish to make submissions on a matter, and if we're going to make it code accessible, then they might feel disenfranchised over that.
Yep.
Because if we're going to streamline, and I understand that the need for that, to remove that uncertainty when you're looking to outlay money for development, but at the same time, if we're going to do a blanket on some of these, you'll find there might be a bigger backlash than you'd earlier respect.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Given that I haven't as yet spoken on this before, I'm happy to support this. I do take on board the comments of Councillor Mather, and I think importantly that the words that if you do a blanket, if you don't be careful about which land you put into the TLPI, which is what Council will be considering as it goes through the process, that is the critical aspect of whether these things succeed or not. So that's fundamentally important, and you're absolutely right. And I'm confident that we can move through that and identify areas of land only which most reasonable people would accept is suitable for development, not land that the public understandably would like to make submissions on. And I'll be watching that extremely closely. So,
Well, it seems submissions don't mean a lot these days, Mr. Chairman.
I beg your pardon?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
We'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any further speakers for or against?
I'll speak for it, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor. I think this is a very important instrument as we move forward. I think even in our last item, we can sometimes see the efficiency of the planning scheme, and I think this will really help to enable us to move forward and to for those bits and pieces of land that are going to help us to build a better and brighter Livingstone. I just think it's just the way to go. And I do understand though, Councillor Mather's, I guess, worries in relation to it, and we just have to be very careful on how we proceed. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any further speakers for? Councillor Fred?
Mr. Mayor, I'll speak for this, but on the condition of number 5, that we adopt the TLPI following consideration by the appropriate state government minister. And of course, we must all remember that this has to go through the state government for approval. They may have some objections, we do not know. And but if we don't actually test those waters and send it through, we will not know.
Yep.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any further speakers?
Well, yeah, I'd like to thank you, Mr Mayor, just again, thank you, just in relation to the TLPI, similar to what I'd stated in the last resolution regarding the development, is that we don't want to be on the back foot and put ourselves backwards because we're in slow processes, etc. It does need to go through approvals, Councillor Friend said, but it is a very good step forward in improving this TLPI. I hope we keep in favour of that.
Thank you, Councillor Wartham. Any further speakers? If not, did you want to wrap up, Councillor Rothery?
No, I'm fine. Everyone
sorry.
said. That's right. Everyone said what needs to be said.
Okay.
Let's go to the vote.
Very good. We will, on that, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Whoops. Okay.
Yes.
Those against?
That's-
There we go. Recorded there against. Thank you, Councillor. That concludes 11.3. We'll now track back to declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Thanks, Greg and Sonia. I believe there was declarations. I have a declaration of interest which I sent through in relation to two items on that relate to Cooey Bay subjects. I'm declaring a potential, well, a perceived conflict of interest on the basis of geographical proximity, and we'll be asking my councillors to consider. My preference is to stay in the meeting. I think I can contribute something, and I don't believe the interest would negate me from being there. So I'll put that to the table.
Mr Mayor, I don't have a problem with being at the table.
Okay, so we've got to. I guess we've got to vote
We've
ultimately.
got to vote, don't we?
We do vote.
Have a quick chat.
Yeah.
Work out.
Have a quick chat and
We need a seconder.
Yeah.
I'm at the second.
I won't be able to vote, Mr Mayor.
beg your pardon?
I won't be able to vote.
No.
Similar conflict of interest.
That's
Could we
correct.
possibly pull the two of them in together?
No,
No.
No.
we have a quorum.
Okay, well, happy to deal with mine first. Councillor Watson, you're moving.
Yep. Did you stay in the room?
Okay, is there a second for that? Yep. There's no debate on it. Well, actually, it's your meeting. So in this context,
I don't see, you've never shown any, I don't think it affects your decision. I don't think so. You're only in the proximity of it. I don't think it's not a view, it's not a, you're not a member, it's not something like that. So I don't believe that you'd have a conflict of interest or a bias, I should say, towards it. So I'm happy for you to stay.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar there to Councillor Rothery. Realise that the Mayor is in close proximity of the matter. Both of those, 16.1 of the Yeppoonga Aquatic Centre, but given the fact that we are all representatives of the entire Shire, and there will be the areas that development or some sort of works are happening in the area. I don't think that the rules are set out in that way, so I'm happy to go with that. Yeah, thanks.
anyone speaking against, or we just want to go to the vote? It's up. Yep. If you will vote, those in favour. Pat, you weren't voting there, were you?
That's right, no, I was
Okay.
just scratching my head.
Okay, so just if those in favour again. Okay, that's unanimous. We'll now deal with Councillor Eastwoods.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Same items, Mr Mayor. I believe it's 12.1 and 16.1, I think. Look,
Just a question.
Yes.
Are we dealing with two items now?
yeah, they're both
Are
two
we dealing
items.
with two items with yours or
Yes,
one?
we were.
We're only dealing with one,
Two.
weren't we? The
Two.
Cooey Bay Beach.
The two Cooey Bay items.
We didn't make that clear.
Well,
We didn't make it clear because
okay, I'll Councillor May, I respect
It was up there.
and I've emailed all councillors and CEO to notify that there are two items on the agenda that relate to Cooey Bay that I'd be declaring a perceived
Okay.
conflict of interest.
Am I error?
No, that's okay. Thank you. So back to Councillor Eastwood's declarable conflict of interest for us to deal with?
It's not declarable.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor. It's a perceived declarable.
There we go.
Well, I don't believe it's declarable at all. So no more or less than any other resident of the Cooey Bay or surrounding suburbs. My interest is no greater than a significant proportion of community members. And the only reason I'm bringing this up, Mr. Mayor, is due to a recent OIA in relation to Cooey Bay incidents. And I think at a meeting put on by the Racing and Gaming where we went through some conflict of interest stuff, it became very clear that just because you live in Cooey Bay doesn't mean that you have a conflict of interest to where you live within that suburb. So I'm just bringing it to the table to see what the table believe, but I certainly don't believe that I have one, and but it's up to you guys.
I'm happy with. Sorry.
Okay. Councillor Walker, you're going to move?
Yeah, move it.
Move that Councillor Eastwood stays in the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Rothery? Any speakers either for or against?
I think it's just the same reason, Mayor,
Yep.
to what's already been said with yourself.
Okay, well, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Eastwood staying in? Those against?
No, sorry. So it's funny.
The motion is carried.
We're happy that the Mayor.
We'll debate that outside.
Right, that motion is passed. The only one that I need to raise now is there any concerns from the table that Councillor Walkham, with your geographical context, being at Lammermoor, is that close enough to Cooey Bay that could potentially drag in a perceived declarable conflict of
Not
interest?
at all, Mr Mayor.
Not at all?
I hope not. I would respect the decision of the table, though, Mr. Mayor.
On my last OIA, my place in Lammermoor was brought into account in relation to Cooey Bay. I think that's probably why the Mayor has brought that up.
Well,
okay. So
I
I
guess
didn't
I'm-
understand any background
No,
of that at all. But
And you wouldn't be expected to, but the onus is on councillors to raise, and this is the way the OIA works.
Yep.
The onus is on councillors to raise, if they believe there is any way, shape or form concerns, in order to protect your fellow councillor. If I don't do that, then I'm the one who gets potentially that. So does the table feel, I'm happy to move that I don't believe that Councillor Walk-on being at Lammermoor has any concerns in relation to the matters of Cooey Bay, but in order to protect ourselves, that is the situation we find ourselves in.
Mr Chairman, through you to Mr Councillor Walker, where do you live in Lammermoor?
I would not like to tell everyone online exactly where I live, if that's okay.
Well, that's part and parcel of the question, isn't it?
However,
How many metres from the pool do you think?
with the pool, it probably, say, it's about a mile to the service station, so I would say probably...
From where? From where?
From my house.
Where's your house? That's what the question is.
About a mile. I don't want to give the address, Councillor Mather, online for everyone to know exactly where I live, if that's
Well,
okay.
listen, okay, well, we're dealing with a matter of interest here.
Yes.
And we, at least the voters,
Yes.
need to know what we're dealing with.
Can we get a suburb?
Maybe if I can ask the CEO through the mayor, do I need to disclose my address?
No. But approximately a mile,
Approximately a mile.
1.2 kilometres.
That's 1.6.
1.6.
About
About 1.6 kilometres.
Okay, there we go. Well, it's approximately 1.6 kilometres from the pool.
The way we do business.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
That's the nature.
Through Mr Mayor, I've got a suggestion that would solve both issues.
Yes.
If be the will of council to suspend standing orders for 30 seconds
Yes.
for Councillor Walk-on to give his address offline and then come back online once the answer's been made. That way,
Necessary.
Councillor Walk-on remains in in the public,
Right.
and Councillor Mathers gets an answer.
Very good.
Sure. Yep, happy to do that.
Thank you.
Someone going to move procedural? Councillor Watson, all those in favour?
everyone. We're live.
Okay, we're back online and we have resolved with under section 5, the declaration of interest. We've sorted that through. Councillor Eastwood and myself will stay in for the Cooey Bay discussions, and Councillor Walk-on, we're satisfied that there's no need for you to even declare a perceived conflict of interest, given that you're, I'm not going to disclose where you live, but you're about 1.6 kilometres away, is that correct?
1.608 actually.
1.608, very good.
Through Mr Mayor, there's still got to be a vote on the third one. There was a vote on yourself and Councillor Eastwood, but the council never voted on Councillor Walk-on.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's moving the Councillor Walk-on staying in? Councillor Watson. Seconded Councillor Friend. All those in favour? There we go. Hopefully that can we can start to even set our own precedents about what our appetite is in terms of geographical distances, because ultimately it is our decision to make. Thank you.
On that, Mr Mayor, there's nothing in the actual regulations that actually gives any distance at all.
Right.
Distance isn't and should not be part of.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. We've got no deputations. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings.
Item 1, Mr Chairman.
Yep, over to you, Councillor Maynard.
Just the first one, proposal for council to initiate inquiry into acquisition of freehold parcel. My question is why we haven't progressed this matter.
Okay, we'll seek a response from our executive in relation to that question there. The business outstanding table.
I think that's to do with the lot. It's a lot that's tied up with the development and it's been resolved for the CEO to enact some discussions.
We've got a workshop, through the chair, we've got a workshop on the matter on Thursday.
And through the chair, I thought this was under confidential.
Yeah, that particular one is. There'll still be a level of information that can be provided, and I think the Officer Sonia has said that that particular one will be discussed
On Thursday, the workshop.
this coming Thursday at a workshop.
It hasn't described where the land is.
No, that's because it originally was in confidential.
Yes, so I'm saying it doesn't disclose anything here that it shouldn't disclose.
No, exactly. We'll keep it that way, but Thursday we're going to talk about it, I believe, Sonia. So
Yeah, okay, thank you.
that satisfy Councillor Maynard?
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr Mayor, my question is, we've laid D395 2020 extractive industry on the table. Should that be in this business outstanding, awaiting further information on ghost bats?
Okay. You get a response there, perhaps?
Through the chair, yes, we're currently compiling a response to the questions that were raised in the council meeting in relation to the consultation with QWS. We will provide that in the very near future.
Am I right in saying that because it was in the standing committee and not in an ordinary meeting, that's why it's not in the business outstanding? Yeah, okay, thank you. I've got a yes for that.
Mr Chairman, to add to that, there is an application before us today to be decided and it's recommended for approval. So if we're waiting for information that hasn't arrived and yet we're prepared to move the recommendation today.
It's laid on the table.
It's laid on the table.
Yes, and it's in the agenda today.
Yes, but it's laid on the table. We're not lifting it today.
Maybe I misread how it was put in there, because the committee resolutions and the general meeting things and the laying on the table, it's very messy. It's not the girls' fault, but it's to keep track of them.
It is challenging at times to keep track of your right, but my understanding is it's laying on the table, hasn't been lifted as yet.
That's right.
It won't be dealt with today.
No, we don't have the information yet.
And Mr Mayor, may I say that you missed 7.1, lifting matters on the table before the business outstanding management plan, Cooey Bay Main Beach access.
Okay, so the items that were to be lifted were identified earlier on.
And we haven't actually voted on lifting them.
Okay. That's right, that had come 7.1 after we deal with the business outstanding.
All right, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yep, okay. Councillor Walk-on, you had a question.
I do, thank you, Mr Mayor. This was the question I raised it earlier, regarding item number 2. where the resolution states the council communicates with residents in Marine Parade for potentially become a declared zone, outlining advantages, disadvantages and costs. The 9.1.
Are we, excuse me, through you, Mr Mayor, we are looking at the business outstanding 7.2.
It's been a long day, Mr Mayor.
You've had a big day.
I've had a big day.
Facilitating a funeral for over 1,000 people is not a small thing to do, so we'll be very, very mindful of that. And Mr Creedham is chomping at the bit to answer that question. We're not going to let him answer it just yet. Okay, back to the business outstanding table. Any further questions?
Number 2, Mr Chairman, is that the one you raised, Lance?
Sorry, I've jumped the gun there, Councillor Mather.
You have, eh?
Yep.
Okay, now that's the sewer connection Marine Parade. Is there anything in train to speak with the residents along there with the view to an extension of a rising main?
Can we get an answer?
My General Manager could answer that one, please.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Michael.
To be fair to Councillor Walcon, you were on the right spot. It's in the business outstanding table. Item 2, so at the September ordinary meeting, there was a question on notice around sewer connections, and that the resolution, there's 2 parts to that. Questions on notice. One part was that council received the questions on notice, which she did, and the other part of the resolution was that council communicates with residents on Marine Parade for potential to become a declared zone, outlining the advantages and disadvantages and the costs. So that was the other part of the resolution. So that's in the table as item 2. So that's the background. To Councillor Mather's question, officers from engineering services take carriage of the declared sewer area and expansion and so on. So that, there needs to be a review of the potential sewer reticulation options before we go and talk to the residents. So it's usual that we have a gravity main running through the properties or at the front of the properties in road reserve. So our design team needs to just have a look at that to make sure that those properties that are outside the declared sewer area, if we put forward an option that they might take up, it needs to be able to work from an engineering perspective, and we need to understand the costs. And then we'll write to the property owners and ask basically what their views are, whether they'd like to connect or not, and it would be at their cost. Under the procedure that we have, if I had to put an estimate to it just for the table, I would say it might be in the order of $25,000 per property to connect to, and for us to construct a sewer line and then property owners to connect to it.
Yes. Thank you, Michael. So at this stage we haven't done anything. I'm just mindful of the risks involved here, the health risks involved. For any delay, and I know we can't move everything at once, I know that. But that's why I was wondering how long it might be before we can get some movement in this one.
I might take the time frame on notice, the question of time frame. I'll get a note back to the council. I just need to talk to the manager of engineering services to understand when they might be able to send the letters out.
Yes, because I mean, that was the whole issue about this, the urgency and the health risk that was posing by delay of dealing with that matter at the time. Thank you for that.
Question, Councillor Watson.
Mr Creedham, just with the possible $20,000, would that be something to be broken up over a series of years and paid through their rates, or would you expect it up front?
There's numerous ways we can collect it, and that's part of the discussion. So we could declare a special rate, and then that would be broken up over multiple years.
Thank you.
We've done it for water in the past. We've done it for the revetment wall, so there's no reason why we can't do it now.
Thank you. Any further questions on the business outstanding table?
No, Mr. Chairman. Tip vouchers, we're dealing with that at a later date. We dealt with that yesterday. We're not dealing with it today, though. We are.
Which is that, Councillor Maynard?
That was number 5, Mr. Chairman, the tip vouchers.
Right.
Maybe the officer would like to respond to that.
Item number 5 on the business outstanding table.
Yes.
Yep.
Eligibility of tip vouchers. Was that for the houses joining the business? Or was it tip vouchers generally?
Yes, tip vouchers generally, I think it's a 12.2 or something, 12.3 on the agenda.
Okay, so if we could skip this number 5 on outstanding and just go to 12 point something.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Maybe go any order you want.
We've got it further down, we can deal with it then. Yeah.
You're satisfied with that, Councillor Maynard?
Yes, the officer's going to deal with it a little bit later.
Okay. Do you have a mover for the business outstanding table? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. Any further debate or debate needed?
Just one last question, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yep, go for it.
Number 6, we were looking at land that we were going to reserve for the rural fireys on Cobberville Road. It doesn't make any reference in here the size of the land that we're going to set aside. And we were having some debate at the time as to what size that land was going to be. I think it's important that we do identify that.
It would be in the resolution and the minutes that
we hope it is, as long as we keep in mind when we go back to the resolution.
Can we just be reassured by any officer that can that size of the land is indeed captured in the in the resolution?
I'll have to take the question on notice.
Yep. That's okay.
Any reference to
I'm sure we all have.
the latest negotiation.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Maynard. We'll follow up to get that clarified.
I'd hate to think we'd lost the plot.
Oh, I don't reckon. We could go to YouTube and I reckon it'd be on there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. Forever. Okay. Yep. Any further debate? No. Anyone speaking against? No. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Friend. I think we need to swing back to 7.1. I don't think we lifted. Did we lift the?
No.
Can we have a mover to lift 7.1? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. 7.1 lifting matters laying on the table being item number 1, management plan Cooey Bay Main Beach access. So all those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. That takes us on. There's no petitions. We have no questions or statements or motions from councillors. No councillor reports. We've dealt with 11.3. We're going to go to 11.1, which is the Infrastructure Committee from minutes from the 5th of November. Over to Councillor Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that was my chair on the day. Thank you. And we have got recommendations for you here today. And thank you, Michael, the General Manager, for those little reminders. For those on live streaming, it's important for them to know that we are moving on the Clayton's intersection matter because that's a safety issue that's been pressing for some time. And I thank the General Manager and his staff for the work that they've put into this because it's been quite onerous and expensive, but the outcome is that our people will be safer. That's the main thing. So 9.1, the Clayton's Road footbridge, that was a topic that we had quite debate over. And I think for the members looking on today, that recommendation is that the committee recommends to Council that given the structural inspection and findings of the Clayton Road footbridge, Council endorse officer's decision to formally close it from the pedestrians based on safety grounds. Now, Council's going to allocate $391,000 in the 25-26 budget to construct a pathway along the western side of the Scenic Highway from Williamson's Creek to the bus stop, including a new footbridge. So that's in the 25-26 budget, next budget. Number 2, allocate $219,000 in the 26-27 budget to construct a pathway along Clayton Road from Bayview Drive to Evelyn Street, including a pedestrian refuge at Evelyn Street. And 3, and that's 219,000. Number 3, allocate $405,000 in the 27-28 budget to construct a pathway along Clayton Road from Chandler Road to Bayview Drive. Now, those 3 steps will be stages that we'll take because that's what budget will allow, competing with other factors. So when we look at the 391, the 219 and the $403,000, we've got a total of $1 million, $1.015 million that will be spent on that corner to provide safety for the pedestrians. So when people think, where's my money going? We can say, well, you've just got $1 million for your Clayton Road roundabout. And I'm sure that they'll be pleased about that. It all takes time, it all takes money, and I'm sure that they will be very grateful when it's all finished. And thanks again to the General Manager and his staff, if you wouldn't mind passing that on, because it's been quite an onerous task for them as well. I believe that the people behind it, we need to give them some credit because they've been pressing us, because they could see what was happening on a fairly regular basis as far as near accidents occur. So we've got to give them credit for keeping this on our radar to make sure that we are keeping up with the risks that they're facing. So I'd need to thank them as well. The Caves Waste Transfer Station, that's another one that's been on our radar for some time, quite controversial. And the outcome on that, I'm hoping it will be satisfactory to all the people in the Caves area, which will give us eventually 3 weekdays where the tip will be open, plus a Saturday and a Sunday. Not all day for the weekend, but a Saturday and a Sunday. So I'm sure that they will be happy with that. And I think that's all I have to offer here, Mr. Chairman. Capital projects, they've all been listed, and anybody who wishes to spend the next half a day going through them, I'm sure they'll be very grateful for the work that's been carried out by the officers to get them on the radar to make sure that we're addressing the needs of the people. So I think in providing that for the endorsement of the table.
You're happy to move that, Councillor
Happy to
Maynard?
move that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
There's a second there, Councillor Watson. Thank you for that. I just do have one question, if I could, in relation to the Clayton Road there. Recognise we've got 1, 2, 3. And it identifies 391 in 2025-2026. Is that meaning that the first stage originally flagged, which was to be in, which we brought forward in 24-25, is that still indeed the first stage?
Yes, it will be.
So that's additional to these 3 items here, and the quantum of that first stage is about 400 and something thousand?
405,000.
So I guess the good news there, Councillor Mather, it's actually, yeah,
$1.5 million.
$1.5 million. So I just want to make sure that we could reassure the community that that first stage wasn't being bumped out to allow for this one. This will come on top of that as well.
Yes. And I think the people will be grateful too, Mr. Mayor, because
Yep.
there's a lot of money, as they know, that we can't do it all at once.
Yep.
But the staff have got it all in hand.
No, very good. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Walcott.
It's in relation to that Clayton Road footbridge. I know in 25-26 that work will start where the allocation of the money is. I drove past it the other day and I saw some kids, I saw 3 kids on that footbridge with their fishing rods. And it crossed my mind, I thought, I wonder how dangerous the footbridge is. Is it ready to collapse? And if it is on the verge of it, I want to know when will it formally close, given that the budget allocation is going to start in 25-26. I would hate to have that kind of information, knowing that how dangerous it is, and the timeframe of when that will be closed. If we can get some clarification over that, Mr. Mayor.
And I think
Certainly can.
I think it's already formally closed, but the General Manager will answer the question officially.
Well, we'll hand over to Mr. Cribb.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. The footbridge isn't formally closed as yet. So in the committee report from a couple of weeks ago, we had an attachment which was a structural assessment from a consulting firm, and their assessment of the footbridge was that it's in poor condition. It's not economical to repair the existing bridge, and it's in council's interest to close it and demolish it and rebuild. So we've taken that and the committee's views from a couple of weeks ago, and we've, before closing it, because it's not imminent that it's going to collapse, but we want to make sure that we put some temporary crossings across the scenic highway near the roundabout before we close the footbridge, because both issues are connected. There are a lot of people that walk through there and either walk over that small footbridge up to the bus stop or up to the shops there. We don't want to just let them have to cross the road on their own, so we've ordered some signs. We're going to drop the speed limit temporarily through that section to 40. We're going to put some Lego blocks in to widen and do some cut-throughs on the concrete islands to make sure that people can stage their crossing. So there's a few things we're doing prior to closing the bridge. The proposal is get all those in place in the next 2 weeks and then close the bridge. It's not, the bridge isn't in a state of disrepair that it will collapse by having 3 kids or 2 adults by crossing it. But it's uneconomical to renew.
Thank you. Okay, fair question there, and I guess, Mr. Freedom, the bridge would remain open as long as it possibly could, until such point that you felt the risk warranted.
It'll remain open until we get these temporary crossings across the scenic highway in place. Once we get those in place, then we'll demolish the existing bridge.
And it'd be fair to say that we are proactively working on improving our bridge building capability to ensure that we can replace bridges as soon as we possibly can.
We do have a bridge inspection program. So we do what's called level 1 bridge inspection every 12 months, which is a visual inspection of the superstructure. And then every 2 to 3 years we do a level 2 inspection, which is much more detailed. This footbridge, and there's probably 2 others in our network. Footbridge is obviously lower load and different design than a road bridge. This bridge and 2 others are a truss design which has pine timber structure, which is not something that we're going to replace it next year with the budget that we've identified through the committee as it'll be a truss structure, it'll be aluminium, similar to what we've done on the other side of the road. If you recall, on the other side of the scenic highway, there's a footbridge there, which is a prefabricated aluminium truss design. So that's our standard.
And I guess just we make all efforts we possibly could to identify bridges end of life, and then ideally, like up at on the way to St Brendan's on the left-hand side, we're replacing it virtually as we pull it out.
Absolutely.
That would be the ultimate, where we would hope to be. Unfortunately, that's not the case with this. So I guess there's not so much lessons in that, but we would always strive to be able to replace a bridge, especially these lower level ones, at the time that we remove them, ideally.
Absolutely.
It's not always possible, but that would be our aspiration, I would imagine. Okay. No further questions? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Mather, for that.
Thanks, Councillor.
That takes us on to 11.2, a Recreation and Culture Committee. It's 5th of November. Who's leading that one?
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Walker, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to present a report of the Recreation and Culture Standing Committee that met on 5th of November 2024. The recommendations from that committee are shown in the minutes. 6 items to highlight is the Australian South Sea Islander Movement Queensland Incorporated tenure request, the event sponsorship program round 2, 24 to 25, Livingstone Shire Council and Bendigo Community Bank Community Grant Scheme round 1, 24-25 successful applicants, also the Community's Portfolio Management Report, Community Group Tenure Application, Capricorn Coast Rugby Union Football Club Incorporated, and the monthly progress report for capital projects.
I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we've got a mover there, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Walk-on.
Yes, thank you.
Just a question, Mr Chairman, I'm just confused a little bit here. Now, when we talk about South Sea Islander, are we talking about conflict of interest at all?
Mr Mayor, I'm aware that if the South Sea Islander is drawn out and further questions are raised, I need to leave the room, Mr Mayor. So if questions,
Okay.
It's up to you, Mr Mayor, how that works.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just not sure. I'm not sure because I think there was some suggestion that you were going to declare an interest, and I thought, well, is this it?
Only
Or
if
is it
there was
something else?
only if there was the need to debate that particular item in isolation. If there isn't the need to
It's
do
a
that,
tenure request. It's a tenure request.
yeah, and we're ratifying the minutes there of the committee meeting, or ratifying the reports that the committee have already voted to send to the ordinary meeting to confirm. If anybody would like to deal with that particular item in isolation, we can do that, and at that point, Councillor Walk-on would be leaving the room.
Yes.
Or declaring his interest, and then we would deal with it as...
Yeah, I just need to get it clear in my mind.
Yep.
Because I think you said to me, Councillor Walk-on, that you were part of the committee that was doing this.
Oh, I'm not part of the committee, Councillor Mather.
Or was it something else you were talking? I just want to be clear, that's all.
Yeah, okay, in my efforts to clarify, well, maybe somebody else would like to, I've had a go. Terry, did you want to provide any clarification?
I've got a question to Councillor Walk-on. When this came up in the committee, were you either there or did you declare an interest there?
I declared conflict of interest because my family is part of the board and I removed myself from the room.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's probably best, if in doubt, to walk out in relation to that, which would mean segregating that, so to give Councillor Walk-on an opportunity to make his mind up whether to put it to the board to ask the rest of the councillors whether they think there's a perceived conflict of interest. If there is, Councillor Walk-on can walk out. If there's not, he can stay. But I think it would be a good idea to differentiate between dot point one and the others in this instance for point of clarity.
Okay. Yep. I suspect it'll have no consequence as such either way, but Councillor Walk-on, if we decided for you, we suggested for you to leave the room based on you've already done that, those in favour that he leaves the room now, or are you voluntarily leaving the room?
I think I might, just for the sake of the, I just leave the room for that part.
Yep. There we go.
And
yep, we'll let you know when we've concluded.
so we'll get an
Yep.
answer.
So,
Why don't you just leave it there for a sec, wipe out that thing, do that,
so
and then ask
basically,
him to leave, then we do it.
Mr Mayor, we
6 of one, half does the other, but
do we need a procedural motion for us to take that particular item out by exemption?
yeah, we certainly do that, and we will deal with not dot point. No, we'll deal with dot point 1 now.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you,
Walk-on.
Mr.
You
Mayor.
declared you're on the way out.
Thank you.
We're going to deal with dot point 1 now in isolation. Do we have a mover in?
I'll move.
I'll second.
I'll move that.
Yep. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Watson in relation to the Australian South Sea Islander Movement Incorporated tenure request. All those in favour? If there's no need for debate, that was unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Linda. And we'll now deal with the balance of those. Thank you, Councillor Walk-on. Back to you. We've got the balance of those items that we have before us.
So thank you, Mr Mayor. I present these recommendations on change to you and seek your support in resolving the matters.
Excellent. Any need for debate? Or any questions?
I'd like to say a few words as a
Absolutely.
mover, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors. This was a really good standing committee that we discussed 2 weeks ago. But particularly, I'd like to bring everyone's attention to event sponsorship program and also community grants that council certainly help with our community. So with the events sponsorship, we're really helping our whole community. Emu Park Singing Ship Indoor Bowls, Keppel Coast Arts, the Lions Club of Emu Park, the Country Music Group, Mount Chalmers Community History Centre, the Yapoon Hack and Pony Club, Emu Park Historical Museum, Allegra Studios, and the list goes on, the Caves Progress and Agricultural Society, and also the Marlborough and District Camp Draft Association. We're also helping to sponsor Capricorn Coast Community Events Association and the All Classic Motor Club of Central Queensland. So there's always a tremendous amount of events within our Shire, and it's wonderful to see that we have so many engaged residents that go to these events and so many engaged organisations that run these events, along with a tremendous amount of volunteers. We're also resolving today to move the community bank community grant scheme, the Livingstone Shire and Bendigo Bank community grant scheme. And I'd like to say a big shout out to Bendigo Bank for helping support Livingstone Shire in adding funding for this particular community grants. I won't go through them all, they are in the agenda, but it's wonderful to see once again so many of our organisations being supported through all of these events and community grants. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Would anybody, we've got a move and a second there, would anybody like to further speak either for or against? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. That concludes our committee reports. Takes us on to item 12.1, Management Plan, Coolie Bay Main Beach Access, I believe. Looks like Lisa is going to share with us. Thank you, Lisa. And Greg.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Councillors, CEO. This aspect is another opportunity to implement our shoreline erosion management plan recommendations. So Council has recently considered the Muscus Beach recommendation to do a shoreline erosion management plan. This affects the Coolie Bay foreshore. So the shoreline management plan identified that there are a number of issues that need further investigation and planning in the Coolie Bay Beach area, mainly in relation to erosion, beach erosion, and erosion caused through stormwater outlets affecting that area. And there's also some vegetation management aspects to consider. And the recommendation from the shoreline management plan was that we develop a management plan for sustainable access to Coolie Bay Main Beach that accommodates the increased population and use of the beach, as the area is activated with walking tracks, and also to accommodate stormwater issues in line with the shoreline erosion management plan. So this resolution involves investigating allocation of funding for the next financial year to have this management plan prepared for council. At this stage, the cost of that is estimated to be around $65,000. And it would involve community input, community consultation and engagement, so that we would hear from the residents in that area as well, and take into consideration all those environmental and stormwater aspects.
Mr Mayor, I've got some questions
Yes,
for you, if I may. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for presenting that. My first question is an administrative question. Because this was laid in the table at the Standing Committee due to not having a quorum to be able to decide this, should the officer's recommendation change to that from that of that the committee recommends to council to that council recommends the following operational plan?
indeed
Through the
been
chair.
amended.
Oh, it has, okay, not in our agenda, right. Thank you very much. Secondly, will the development of this strategic plan include accessibility for all abilities, as the report notes that under the human rights implications are not considered in this report? So would this report include any type of accessibility?
I don't think it would be excluded. It's definitely not an element that would be excluded from consideration. In fact, this beach probably does have some opportunity for that, being that the car park is very close to the beach, so it is quite a useful aspect to consider.
Excellent, thank you. And my last question is, you've just mentioned that the $65,000 would be in the budget for 25-26. Is there any possibility between then and now and then that there would be any type of grants available?
We certainly can keep our eye open for those sort of grants. Unfortunately, a lot of the grants around this don't support more strategic or planning activities. They tend to focus more on ground. However, it's not unknown for there to be opportunities to seek that sort of external funding, so we will look for it.
Sure, thank you. I'll move this, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we're going to move there, and Councillor Friend, second, Councillor Eastwood.
I will second, but also
Yep.
have a question, Mr Mayor. To Lisa, and Greg might have been able to help this as well. The track that started at the south end of Kui Bay Beach has been blocked off. It was sort of, what's the go there? What's happening? It's just, there's a track that's just started, you go on the beach. Council put a lot of work into it. And it's just,
This is the red point going up to.
yeah, just the start of the red point.
I'm sure infrastructure may have some more information about that.
Well, it has been, yeah, I imagine it still is, it was, yeah, okay. And it's one of the Mayor's favourites, the cottonwood trees. Now, they do a great job holding the sand there, no one can debate that. Does the plan bring anything into reduction in relation to the roadway and stuff like that, and the hazardous traffic?
It can consider those issues.
Yeah.
So there is at the moment a procurement process going on for some trimming of that area, for some vegetation trimming to improve roadside safety there. And that should be a regular activity to ensure that. But certainly vegetation and the form of that vegetation should be a consideration of the plan.
More of a statement that, not going to debate, but just in relation to Kui Bay Beach, anyone that drives past there on a regular basis will see how busy it's getting, like car parks at a critical level, potentially wise, and as soon as we can move on anything to do with the Kui Bay master plan to get something done there, better with more car parks.
Extremely popular.
It is, yeah.
spot.
Absolutely. Thank you for those comments, Councillor Eastwood. We've got a mover, Councillor Friend, second Councillor Eastwood. Any further speakers, either for or against? Yes, Councillor Walker.
Question.
Yes, certainly.
Would you be able to elaborate, through the Mayor, would you be able to elaborate on the dumping of garden waste in the Joondalup and headland areas?
So it's not always an ongoing issue, it's been an intermittent issue. And it occurs on the headland up above Livingstone Lane from time to time. And sometimes people think they may be doing a good thing, but putting their lawn clippings out sometimes, into those areas. But in general, it does have detrimental impact, introducing nutrients into that environment, which can actually increase weed issues, plus actual seeds of those weedier species being able to start in those general areas. So it's an issue we see across the coast, not confined to this particular location. And I wouldn't say this is the worst spot for it either, but it is one of the topics that was raised by consultants when they inspected this beach for the shoreline erosion management plan.
Do we have any sort of communication, Lisa, in relation to residents that live along that area in what they do with their grass clippings?
I don't believe we've communicated with them recently, but there will be no issue with us providing that via letterbox drop or or other means, signage.
Thank you. Okay, any further speakers for or against? If not, all I want to say is perhaps this would be a good, in supporting this motion, it may be a good opportunity, if this is resolved, that it starts the communication with that community to let them know about the decision that Council made today, to give them a heads up on that would be a good start, even though it's still basically next year, but it's still a decision of the Council that does have, will have an impact on them. And also picking up on Councillor Eastwood's points, whilst this is a shoreline management type environmental issue, the hard infrastructure there absolutely also needs much attention in terms of increasing traffic. And we met recently on site with one of our young engineers there, and Lisa, I believe, I'm not sure if Greg was there, but Jake Taylor was there, and they're looking at the prospect maybe of speed reduction there if it's warranted. So we are very mindful of that and appreciate Councillor Eastwood raising that. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, staff, their officers. 12.2, disposal of waste community service obligation, CSO. While Chris is coming to the table, do we have a move for this at all? We've got a mover in Councillor Friend and a seconder in Councillor Watson. Thank you. Is there any questions of Chris?
Yes, thank you, through the Chair. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chris. So this proposal of $20,000 for allowance to non-for-profit organisations was, if it was to be approved today, is it going to be a case of first in, best dressed? So there's 140 odd non-for-profit organisations that would be eligible through a process for this particular funding to dispose of their waste. So once that $20,000 is gone within the financial year, does that mean that there won't be any further funds? If 140 plus organisations utilise this, is that what
going to happen? It's very hard to say what the usage will be. I mean, there could be a sugar hit of everyone seeing there's something available to them and just coming straight to the landfill. So yes, we'll have to put a cap on it. If there is, excess of $20,000, we can come back to the table to either seek further funding or just put a stop to it for the remainder of that year.
And just for the sake of those that may be interested in watching online, could you tell us the process of what these organisations would need to do to be eligible?
Yes, so probably need to provide a bit more background just around the organisation. So the waste industry is no longer just a hole in the ground you drive up and throw things away. It's almost turned into an accounting business where we have to account for all the waste going into our landfill and away from our resource recovery centre. So it is an expensive business to run, and we need to account for everything going in and out. So for a non-for-profit organisation, there are currently two non-for-profit organisations everyone will know about, with the Salvos and Vinnies, who receive a lot of waste amongst their donations, which they cannot traditionally reuse or do anything with. They get an exemption from the state government for waste levy. They also receive an exemption from council to come and put that rubbish into the tip or into the landfill for free. So the same sort of process for non-for-profit organisations, where they would seek a exemption from the waste levy from the state government, which is a fairly easy process to follow. They would have to do that each year. They'll then present that to the landfill at Yeppoon, and they would then be allowed to enter and dispose of that waste that they're bringing in.
Thank you.
We would also encourage them to reuse and recycle wherever they can.
Of course, and upcycle.
And
and one last question, thank you through the Chair. This was first brought to the table by our Mayor. However, in this particular report, it's an overall view of the non-for-profit organisations that may be wanting to use these funds for waste disposal. So, in particular, the Emu Park Men's Shed, will you or your staff be reaching out to them to just explain the process which you've just explained to us?
Yes, so Leanne has offered to come down for a morning tea with the Men's Shed to come and explain the process to them. I think we'll be looking forward to that.
Lovely, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that. And Councillor Watson.
Yeah, Chris, if you're going to do the men's club, men's shed, you're going to have to do lions and everyone else as well. Is that on the cards?
If we get special requests, we're happy to come and talk to any of the community services around reuse and recycling for waste, where time permits, obviously.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry for a question. Are you going to implement that it's not just throw everything out, it's that we need them to recycle at their end at the beginning?
Yes, so people who haven't been to the landfill recently may not have seen the seagull slip lane, so organisations or individuals can place recycling into those bins prior to actually getting to the gate. So, by the time they get to the gate, it will be just the residual rubbish that's left.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walcott.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, we realise that this incentive or initiative is for the Yeppoon Waste Facility, and it's not for others out there which may seem a little disadvantaged. It is to maybe like the caves up there, that area. Can you explain, give some explanation just in relation to why we can't open up this plan to other waste facilities?
Yeah, so the proposal just to do it at the Yeppoon landfill site was all around administration for us. It's managing the organisations that we can keep a up-to-date list and any documentation at the Yeppoon landfill site. The other sites are fairly, they're not open all the time, they're not manned 7 days a week. So it was all about trying to reduce administration for the site.
Thank you.
Question through you, Mr. Chair. Does that mean they need to drive all the way from the caves down to the coast?
Under this current proposal, unless council changes that.
Well, that just doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Depending on what they've got. If it's twice a year thing, it wouldn't be a lot of administration attached to that, I would think.
Just, also educating the staff members up there. We get a high turnover there. We can actually administer it through one centre. It makes it just easier for us to manage it.
Yeah, it would. I'm just thinking of the inconvenience of having to drive down there to dispose of it from, when you've got it on your doorstep. It just might have some consideration.
Change that if they request.
Okay, so
we can think about that and have a talk about it.
Happy to. I guess if we have the capacity,
it just makes it a bit more difficult for us to manage operation. That's all it is.
Right. Is there a possibility maybe to review this after 12 months to see what the take-up's been like, and if we indeed get strong requests from people outside the area that are feeling disadvantaged, well, maybe there'll be lessons learned through that 12 months. And
well, I think we need to start, Mr. Chairman, as to what we do now. What's historically been happening to date? That'll be the one to guide us. So they won't be asking any more than over and above that.
Well,
So
nothing's been happening at this point. This is an extra level of service that the table's considering. So we have a motion there to do it as it is. Happy for someone to test the will of the table if they want to amend it to include other areas now, or we could review it in 12 months to see how it's been captured.
Through Mr. Mayor, if that's the will of council, if the council want to add a number 3,
Yep.
that a further report on the take-up be provided to council in November 2025. What would council need to do?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, councillors, would that be something we'd consider to
Mr.
strengthen the resolution?
Mr. Mayor, as the mover, I agree and will accept that. Also noting that, as you have said, this is in addition to what we've done in the past, and so we're actually trying to support these non-for-profit organisations with a greater capacity. And at this stage, I think it's important that we obtain that data from who does take that up, because we're helping them pay for their waste rubbish.
Generated.
And if they need to come to the Yeppoon landfill from the caves or from Emu Park, then they need to do so because they're going to get this disposal for nothing.
Yep.
And then by the end of that 12 months, we can certainly have a look at the data and who's been taking advantage of that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any speaking against? Any further speakers
What-
for?
What is the amendment? Is there an
Not speaking
amendment?
against it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Can I just raise one other issue
Yes.
inside the paper? In the business outstanding items 4 and 5, there was one around the non-profit organisations. There was another issue raised by the table around a dual residency and business. I just want to make it, it's been addressed in this paper, the recommendation is not to include waste vouchers for that dual residency and business due to the fact that we can't identify which is commercial and which one's residential waste. I just want to make it clear that it's been sort of covered off in this paper.
Thanks for clarifying that, Chris.
It was one of my, I think, notice of
Yeah.
motion. So
Yeah,
I did tell Chris that I conceded.
I just wanted to complete the loop on it.
We remember. Yeah, I think we remember that
Because
one.
he smiled at me, that's why.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Mather. Yeah. Okay, no further debate. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Councillors. Okay, 12.3, External Audit Financial Management Report for 23-24. And we have got coming to the table.
It's a test for you. Do you want
It's a big test and it's pretty late in the day, just privately.
I'm Sasha, I'm financial
Sasha, that's
accountant. I'm here on behalf of Andrea and Damien, our CFO and Coordinator of Accounting Services as they are currently. Are we taking it?
We've got Sasha and
Matt.
Matt. Good on you,
Yep.
Matt.
Yeah, so if you've got questions, they're going to go again.
Excellent. Well delegated.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Councillors and CEO. Today I'm here to present the External Audit Financial Management Report for the 23-24 financial year. This is the final report issued by our external auditors, the Queensland Audit Office, with regards to the general purpose financial statements for the 23-24 financial year. This report updates Council on any matters that may have arisen since the audit and closing report was presented to the Audit Committee on the 2nd of October. QAO have identified no significant issues since the presentation of the closing report. As councillors would be aware, Council was issued with an unmodified audit opinion for the 23-24 year. That is a good thing. The auditor's closing report identified no significant deficiencies, 5 deficiencies and 2 other matters. The final management report provides an update, management responses and resolution due dates for 3 audit items relating to assets, including 1 deficiency relating to the internal controls regarding the lack of yearly reconciliation of all assets between the Geographic Information System and the Asset Management System. 2 financial reporting issues, 1 issue classed as medium regarding the timing of revaluations, and 1 issue classed as low regarding the data entry errors affecting asset capitalisations. Each of the items being worked on by the Coordinator of Strategic Asset Management. The report also summarises all previously raised control deficiencies, financial reporting issues and other matters, of which 1 item is resolved, 4 items are resolved pending audit clearance and 1 item is current. Finally to note, the 23-24 audit fees were just shy of 207,000 excluding GST, and this includes the audit fees for the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program and Roads to Recovery Commonwealth certificates. Myself or Matt, I have to take any questions
Yes,
you may
thank
have on the
you.
report.
Through the chair, I
Yeah,
have a
absolutely.
question. On page 105, and you actually did bring it up, Sasha, and thank you very much for that. Although the financial reporting was classified as low, there was a data entry error resulting in road and drainage assets that deviated from the asset's useful life by 33 years. Further errors of the same were picked up by the external auditor. How would this affect the depreciation value of those assets and in turn, and in particular, the overall budget for depreciation?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the Chair, these particular errors, so in the end there were only 3 of them. And so it was a difference between the sub-base surface. So council, when we componentise our road surfaces, we split it into 2 layers. So there's a long life asset and a short life asset. The short life asset is the asset that we say we renew as part of infrastructure's reseal program. The long life asset is the primer seal, I suppose, that goes down initially during construction. So the difference between the two of them is about 15 years. So when audit picked up, doing the right thing and doing due diligence, I went through all the surface assets. So, there's 30,000 of them, and all up, we only found a very small sample that was an issue. I know it's funny, Councillor Watson, but
I couldn't imagine doing that.
Yeah, and the trick is to do it line by line. So it's
impressive.
Well
really
done,
good.
Matt. Yes, well done.
Time spent.
Thank you. Thank you. So overall, basically, it's not going to affect our next year's financial budget for depreciation.
No, because it was corrected at the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
What's
Councillor
the,
Mayor.
I've not heard the word unmodified audit opinion. What's an
Okay. So unmodified is pretty much saying that during the audit process, there have been no significant issues identified within our internal controls or financial reporting, and so there is nothing creating a material misstatement in our financial statements. So that's what we want to achieve, is an unmodified audit opinion. The previous terminology was unqualified, if that helps.
Yes, that's where I was finding that the two didn't match to me.
Yeah, so they mean the same thing. It's just,
And when I looked at the depreciation in July versus end of June versus early July in depreciation and how things can alter as far as valuations go, I'm thinking I need to find out, get to the bottom of this and find out if it's having an impact, and it doesn't. It does, because it's been found to be not right to get it accurate. So anyway, we've cleared that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? No. Would someone like to move receiving the external audit financial report? We're going to move to Councillor Walcott, second to Councillor Eastwood. Any need to debate, either for or against? No. Thank you, Sasha and Matt. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's received unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done on those 30,000 lines. And
Wow. That's
you better start already for next year.
incredible.
Already done, Councillor.
Wow.
Okay, great, guys. So we're going to move on to 12.4, our operational plan 2024-2025 Q1 progress report. Looks like we have Paul coming to do that.
You do. Good afternoon, Mayor, Councillors and CEO. So today I'm presenting the Q1 progress of the 2024-25 operational plan, of which there are 63 activities. Some of you may have noticed that there is an actual additional results field in the report compared to previous reports, and this is to provide a progress update over the 4 quarters of where those projects are. However, please note that some of the activities do show NA as a result in that field, as those outcomes will not be determined or known until Q4, particularly where there's reporting that is done over a 12-month period and it's not reported on until that last quarter. So some of those do have NA for that purpose. It's not because the projects haven't progressed, it's just that they can't obtain that particular, and they're usually around percentages until that 4th quarter. I'm pleased to report that so far 5 activities have been completed in Q1. However, it has been identified that 1 activity will need to be deferred, and that's due to staff shortages and absence of a dedicated officer. And that's for the Bush Management Operational Plan project. So that would just be postponed at stage 25, 26. If we have resourcing, it may still eventuate in this financial year. Furthermore, 6 activities will be rescheduled, and this simply means that these projects will be reprioritised for completion later in the reporting year, still in this current financial year though. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, through the chair.
Looks like Councillor Watson might
Oh, you
just jump off
the post.
There's a rubber band attached from the roof. No. Paul, I was just impressed when I saw the 1.3.2 to do with the Keppel Arts Fig Tree Gallery, which I was part of, having an average of 672 visitors a month. I was just really impressed with that. It shows they're really doing a good job at the gallery and bringing it alive, which is what it was all about. And I'm happy to see it.
Great.
I'd just like to say thanks for putting it there so I knew about it.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks, Paula. So page 113 under Livable Livingston, item number 1.1.1D, under the Local Housing Action Plan. My question is that why is it that 100% of actions identified state completed, yet it also states that it's due for rescheduling, and pending a workshop with councillors. So why would you put in 100% of actions identified for the 24-25 completed?
Through the chair, could I ask if that's okay? That's one of my priorities. Sorry, it should probably be 75%. We did complete a final draft that did come to council for consideration, and we decided at that stage that we'd take it back and get some developer input on the actual the LHAP, which we have done. We've done some consultation and a survey, which we've received 6 responses so far. It's not just LHAP, it's about other things. It's about our planning scheme, but that will still inform the final version of the Local Housing Action Plan. So it is a priority that we will aim to get completed by 30 June, but I think it's more important that we get it right.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much. My second question, thank you, is page 115, 2.2.3a. Once again, this may be to acting GM Sonia. Paul, perhaps you can answer. So a change request for stage 4 gateway from 6 to 11 lots happened in September 24, and I just wanted to know where this was up to.
I do actually have a
lovely
response to that.
Thank you.
In anticipation that I may have been asked. So the council property portfolio development delivers a positive return on investment on capital developments. Will require rescheduling. Sorry, just lost my notes on that one. Rescheduling at Gateway Stage 4 has changed from a 6-lot subdivision to an 11 subdivision lot, which has pushed out detailed design and operational work submission. So in turn, that will actually have a flow-on effect, which will push out civil construction into 25 to 26.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you. My third question I've crossed out because you kind of answered about the bushfire management plan because of staffing shortages. But just further to what you've said, are we looking at further funding to obtain that staff member?
There is actually, they are a staff member down at the moment as well.
Right.
And I'd say that they're always looking for opportunities for any further funding for those type of roles.
Yes.
So if those opportunities do present, they would definitely be looking for those funding.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Watson.
Well, question 3.1.1, which is Sustainable Waste Management Technologies.
What page is sorry?
117. I noticed that we're managing to divert 45% of our waste. So does that mean only half the waste that we collect is going in the ground now, basically? Is that really? That's impressive, isn't it? Because a few years ago we weren't anywhere near that, were we?
Got an impressive council, mate.
We've gone very well. The target, through the chair, the target last year was 25%.
Yeah.
I think we hit 57%. This year, the target's 50% with the seagull process that we have and other initiatives. We're really going quite well.
Can I ask how we compare to other councils in that way?
No, I'll have to take it on notice.
I'll ask at the Waste Conference tomorrow night.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple here for you. Paula, the 5.2.4 on page 110, the Project Merlin, phases 1 and 2 of Council ERP, transformation project completed. I was expecting, and I believe that we were told that we were going to get a report or wash up as to what's happening there, because I know we were well down the track with this Project Merlin, and it sort of dropped off by resolution before completion. So we were going to get a report on that, but we haven't had that.
So through the chair, thank you for that question, Councillor Mather. I can actually follow that up for you to see in relation to the status of that report.
Yes,
and
thank you.
perhaps happy to add also that that report was concluded. The previous acting CEO, Officer Dawson, that was one of his responsibilities to undertake, and that report was concluded, presented to the table, and we did receive that report. That's
Okay,
my
well,
understanding.
perhaps I need to, I can't recall it because I know that we'd spent an awful lot of money on it, and it just sort of fell out in midair in the end.
Absolutely be reassured that
Yes,
that
we know
item-
why. We know why.
No, but it's important even publicly here that we make clear that report was concluded and the findings provided to
Okay,
the
well,
councillors.
we just need to find out when it was as to where I can find it.
17th of September 2024.
Say that again, mate.
17th of September.
Thank you, Paul. I'm mindful that
That's
you might have been
yes,
fully
yeah.
across that.
Oh,
It should
thank
save
you.
you the work of finding, looking for it. Okay.
The other one I had for you. You said staff problem, staff shortage for the fire disaster management. Whose position? Are we looking at Karen's position that is being fulfilled, or is it something
So
else?
that position is currently still vacant at the moment.
Through the chair, if I may, just to add that as well. So we're currently in the process of recruiting the coordinator position, and we're wanting to finalise that as part of then finalising the bushfire officer position.
So who's the bushfire that? Is anybody left? Because are we putting another one on? Like Cameron's the coordinator.
Yes,
through
Karen,
you, Mr. Chairman.
yes, the previous coordinator
Yes.
has left.
Yes.
We're currently recruiting that
Yes.
position at the moment. We're wanting to finalise that recruitment, which is underway, prior to finalising off the bushfire position, because the bushfire position reports into the coordinator's role.
So, but who's the bushfire position? Who was that?
It's currently vacant.
Who was in that position though?
Lindy's not.
So Lindy's left us.
No. Lindy's just in another position within council.
So are we creating positions?
No.
Yeah.
I'm happy to have a.
Well, I used to be in disaster management, that's why I was wondering, because I used to deal with both of those persons. And if one's gone, I know that, and the other one's moved sideways and I don't know. So, I was talking to somebody.
Perhaps if I could suggest maybe...
Yeah, I think we're just not being told what's happening in our organisation.
Councillor May, there's so many things that are happening all
I
the
know
time.
that, and we're supposed to be on top of it, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we are, and thankfully that information certainly is available there, and sometimes it's up to us almost to actually reach out and inquire about the things that are...
We don't know what we're asking.
Well, it's clear that you know what you're asking with this particular one, and the office is quite happy to provide that information in more detail, or we can continue to talk about it in the meeting now.
No, we don't need to. We don't need to. I'm just saying I wasn't aware that Lindy had moved sideways, and we've got it.
There's been lots of
Well,
movement
we
in
need
that.
to know those things because I tap into her when I need to do something.
Yeah, I guess. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Do we have a mover? We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood and we've got a seconder in Councillor Walcon. Thank you. Any further need for debate? No? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That was unanimous? Yep.
Lindy was at that, didn't
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Paula, for that extensive operational plan report. Okay. Councillors, at 12.5, we've got the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of October 2024.
So my name's Caitlin Wood, and I'll be...
Sorry, what was your name?
Caitlin Wood.
Caitlin, sorry, Caitlin.
All right, and I'll be delivering the monthly financial report for the month ending today's results for October.
So overall, the operating results to date show a surplus of 17.8 million, which is mostly attributed to the operating revenue tracking ahead of budget and operating expenditure tracking behind budget expectations, but they're still within the budget range. As noted within the report, the main contributing factors to operating revenue being ahead of budget expectations are the phasing of the operating grants, so we're tracking ahead, as well as interest received being greater than the budget expectations. Materials and services, they're still tracking behind budget expectations, and there's further information on the variance reported on page 129 of the agenda. Council has a healthy cash balance of 144.5 million, which is a little bit of a decrease of about 333,000 in the month of October. And this is consistent with the timing of the rating cycle and lower than expected capital expenditure for this time of year. Of the cash balance, 32.7 million is restricted, and that's made up of 25.9 million in infrastructure charges, 3.66 million in contract liabilities, and 3.2 million in pass-through. The total borrowings are sitting at around 47.2 million at the end of October, and the interest and the admin charges were accrued in the month. And our next debt service repayment that will be in December. The current capital expenditure is sitting around $5.6 million year to date, with an additional 25.21 million in capital committals, and some of which will carry on through into the following financial years as they're for multi-year projects. Rates and charges outstanding, they've slightly decreased on the previous month, and that's in line with expectations, with no new ratings occurring during the month, and overall 32% of our overdue balances are with collection agencies. Due to retirement in our rates and revenue team and the debtors officer role not yet being filled, there's been a slight delay in debt recovery, and so the effects of this delay can be seen on page 133 of the report, the agenda, where the total outstanding balance under management is 1.35 million lower than the same time last year. As at the end of November, the report is showing our sundry debtors balances overstated by one of the outstanding invoices that's sitting with the Department of Transport and Main Roads, and this has been corrected in November. For procurement, council has continued to produce a similar value of goods and services for businesses located within the Shire, with this sitting slightly under what we spent on the rest of the central Queensland area, and that's 1%. The contracts and tenders team have been busy with 4 contracts awarded in October and 4 open tenders, 1 selective tender and 2 tenders evaluated at month end. In council offices, as you're probably already aware, they're currently revising budgets and aiming to have the compiled revision to the table in December. This will alter both the capital and operational budgets. And from there, I'm happy to take any questions from you in regard to the report.
Just a question through you, Mr.
Yes, Councillor Maylin.
I'm going to outstanding assessments.
Yes.
I noted on page 133, and this is a positive for you too, Caitlin. A total value of outstanding assessments with debt collection agencies are 1.35 million lower when compared to the same time last financial year. And the number of assessments under management are also lower by 423 assessments. So that's a real ticket in your box.
Through the chair, that is where I mentioned we're slightly behind doing our debt collection for overdue assessment, so you'll note that we're
So that figure will alter?
expect at this time of the year, just because they haven't filled that position at the moment, so the staff member that was doing that hasn't, so they're catching up at the moment on recovery of outstanding debt, so that is another reason why it is showing as lower at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much.
Through the chair.
Yes, Councillor. No further questions, Councillor Maylin? No? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Caitlin. So on the page 128, just when we do discuss the October year-to-date capital expenditure is 59% under budget expectations, is that because it's difficult to find source materials and or labour?
That was a very good question, Councillor. I might have to thank you to the question. Excuse me.
Through the chair, so there's a number of reasons why we're behind. One of those could be attributed to the supply chain. Also, first quarter of the year we tend to take our time designing our projects, making sure that our tenders are out to market and we're awarding. So as Craig mentioned, we've got 25 million in purchase orders raised, which will flow on to actuals for the rest of the year and beyond over multiple years. Something that we're working with in my team in infrastructure to try and make sure that we deliver the projects that we've got in our budget. There's challenges with resourcing internally as well as through contractors. So there's multiple reasons. We haven't had any weather, so that we can discount some of those external influences, but it's really just trying to make sure that we plan our work and we hit the targets in the timeframes that we've indicated to the councils and the community.
Certainly. Is it, and thank you, just segueing off that, is it specific to our local government area, or do you know if other local government areas have the same issues?
I have to talk to some of the other councils to understand that, but I'd say it would be an industry-wide issue.
Yeah.
Generally, over the last sort of 4 or 5 years, there's a bit of an arm wrestle for resources, project managers and workers to be able to deliver the projects. There's also there's a lot of tension in the same way with contractors. They might win a tender and then they have to gear up, and there's a lot of work all over Queensland, and there's, as we mentioned, the housing crisis, and that requires builders and labourers, and also the Olympics and all that work that's required, and then the change in energy and solar. There's so many things going on in our society and community that we're all fighting for limited resources.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any further questions? Councillors, do we have a mover for the monthly financial report? We've got Councillor Friends moving that. Councillor Walker is going to second. Thank you, councillors. Need for debate there, councillors? Either for or against? No? Okay. We will put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, Sasha, for a very well articulated.
Caitlin.
I knew it was just checking that she knew. Because sometimes they get confused. No, very thorough and well done. Thank you. I rushed down too. That's what's even worse. Okay, guys. Thank you. That takes us over page to 13.1. Audit for Risk and Improvement Committee reports.
Mr. Mayor, before we start and hear the... Oh no, please. Sorry, before we start, I have an administrative type of question before we hear about the report.
Yep.
Why is it that the actual report itself is in confidential and we're accepting it in open forum? How can we ask specific questions to that report if it's in confidential?
Excellent question. Who's answering?
I could start and perhaps hand over. I'm not, at a detail level, I'm not overly familiar with this being my second day and only having read it yesterday afternoon or early this morning. There's often times when the macro level is approved with the detail, which might have, for example, someone's name or peculiar and significant tender details are attached as a confidential section of the report. I'm not saying that this is the case in this instance, but I would suggest to lean that direction.
So, Mr. CEO, thank you through the chair, Mr. Chairman. Mr. CEO, are you saying that we should move a procedural motion to go into confidential?
Through Mr. No, I'm not. I'm saying that in some instances, some reports will have the higher level or macro level helicopter view, and then the detail which may include tender information, personal information, and so on and so forth, would be sometimes an attachment or addendum,
Sure.
and sometimes a second report which is held confidential.
Okay.
I'm not overly familiar with council's processes and peculiarities here at the moment, having this only been my second day, but I would suggest not.
And perhaps further to that, if there was something that you felt was sensitive and needed to be addressed in the confidential, then it would be a matter of, you know, the council undertaking that and moving into confidential to deal with those particular nuances that were of concern, which would be at our discretion, or importantly, we would only do that in confidential. So, is that satisfied, Councillor Friend? Or if you would prefer that we need to have good reason to go into confidential is the other, you know, we can't, normally you wouldn't go into confidential just out of caution unless there was something that you in particular felt that was necessary to deal with confidential.
Mr Mayor, it could have simply been though put into the next one, which isn't confidential.
Well, if, I guess the CEO, did you want to comment at all?
If I may,
please do.
So typically with our audit committee, the way we structure the agenda is our reports will not contain anything confidential. It will be marked as a confidential attachment only. That way we can run a full set of agenda papers and then have those confidential matters separate. Typically for our audit committee, matters that are confidential are legal matters. We have our quarterly ICT report, which lists our security controls, vulnerabilities, things like that, that we just can't make public. So there are a number of matters, but they will typically always be marked as confidential.
Thank you.
So may I ask a question? So how do we get hold of that information as councillors if it's not going to be brought to the table?
Typically they would be brought to this table, I guess, under the CEO or addressed in another means.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this update that I will provide today will be that high-level summary, so that if there is anything, then perhaps we can table that to go into further discussion.
Thank you.
And I guess the opportunity, if one was to attend the auditor's meeting, either even just as an observer, which any councillor can do, if that's my understanding, you'd be then available, we've made available all of the information which you could be privy to. So that would be an opportunity that's always available.
And there's very, like, the meetings give you a really good insight into council's operations and expenditure, and also those fantastic audit responses that we do have to make sure that nothing's ever questionable.
Okay.
That's answered my question.
Thank you. Any
blustered through?
Okay, we might hand over.
Thank you.
I was going to write your name down so I get it right. Thank you.
So yes, today I'm here to present the unconfirmed meeting minutes of our Audit Risk and Improvement Committee to be received for meetings conducted on the 22nd of August, 9th of September and 4th of October 2024. So I will provide a brief summary of meeting discussions, endorsements and recommendations from those meetings. So the meeting conducted on the 22nd of August was conducted via a flying minute, and that was whereby the committee was provided with a copy of our unaudited 23-24 financial statements, and the committee thereafter provided endorsement to provide the statements to the Auditor General for external audit. Meeting conducted on the 9th of September, conducted virtually. The CEO provided an update on a range of matters, particularly highlighting the organisational waste safety reset, and presented lessons learned from Project Merlin, which was facilitated via a closed session. Our Chief Financial Officer provided an update on key accounting, financial and reporting matters. The Queensland Audit Office presented report findings and recommendations on their recent review for responding to and recovering from cyber attacks. And the committee and management had pretty lengthy discussions about how council may seek to address and implement those recommendations. Communities presented the recertification audit report for Human Services Quality Framework. So that is essentially our agreement for strengthening family connections and youth services. Governance presented the annual fraud risk management report. So that report essentially outlines our fraud control framework, our plan, the fraud risk register, and provided an update on our ongoing fraud training. Pacifica, who are our appointed internal auditors, provided a progress update against our improved internal audit plan, and they presented the internal audit report, so findings and recommendations for the review for the 23-24 data analytics review. ICT provided an update on ICT security and controls. Workplace Health and Safety presented their annual Workplace Health and Safety report, and once again had further discussions around that safety reset and Council's approach to workplace injuries and rehabilitation. Governance presented the annual insurance report, so that report outlines our insurance coverage, our risks and exposures, and a claim summary and trends analysis. Governance also presented a draft revision of the Audit Committee Terms of Reference, which is currently ongoing. And Governance also presented the results of the Audit Committee Annual Performance Assessment, which subsequently confirmed that the committee are efficiently and effectively meeting their obligations as prescribed under our Terms of Reference. JLT, who are managers of the local government mutual scheme, so our insurers, they presented the JLT Public Sector Annual Risk Report. So that is their annual report detailing the top risks for local government. The Audit Committee confirmed their summary of activities for inclusion within Council's annual report. And the committee had discussions about membership and recommended the extension of external member Mel Jacobs' appointment by a further 12 months. The meeting conducted on the 4th of October, facilitated via a flying minute. The Audit Committee received the revised unaudited 23-24 general purpose financial statements, and the Audit Committee made recommendation that the Mayor and CEO sign off the final statements, as well as the manager representation letter as part of finalising that external audit. That's it.
Wow.
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Happy to move, Mr. King.
We've got a move there in Councillor East. We've got a second in Councillor Watson. Was there any questions, Councillor May?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much. A lot of work in that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work in that.
Okay, just one question there. So Mel Jacobs is being extended another year or further year. Because there's time frames on their duration on the...
Yeah, there certainly is with both external member and our elected member terms of appointment.
Yeah.
So Mel Jacobs' tenure was due to expire at the end of this year. But because we've recently had 2 new members, so we have our chair, Peter Chaville, who's somewhat new, and we also recently appointed Jeff Stewart-Harris. So just for continuity of the committee, it was decided that it was in the committee's interest to extend Mel's appointment for a further 12 months and then look to go out again to recruit that position.
Okay, I was just curious, is that within the authority of the committee themselves to make that determination, or do they need to give council resolution? Or?
No, so they make endorsement and then, yes, we...
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Through the chair, to say Jeff was a good find, wasn't he? Through the chair, Jeff was a good find, wasn't he?
Absolutely. Very knowledgeable.
Right. Okay, anyone need to speak for that, Councillor Eastwood? Anyone want to speak against?
No, definitely not against.
Not against, okay. Just checking. That will go to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay, councillors and staff, that moves us urgent business. If there is any, now is the time to raise it.
Coffee?
Thank you. Coffee is not urgent, depending, although it could be at different times. Okay, that concludes our ordinary meeting there in our open session. We'll now move, if I can get a mover to go into confidential session. We've got move Councillor Walk-on, seconded, say Councillor Friend. And the recommendation there is that the meeting be closed to the public to discuss the following items, which are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 for the reasons indicated. 16.1 is the only item we'll be dealing with. Yeppoon Aquatic Centre awarding of contract, and the reason for being in confidential This report is considered confidential in accordance with section 254J 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012 as it contains information relating to negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll turn. Are we good to go on to live stream, guys?
The light is on.
Yes.
Okay. We have now concluded our discussions in confidential. We're going to have a move at Councillor Friend is moving to resume the meeting in the open, and we've got a seconder in Councillor Walk-on. Thank you. No need for debate. We'll go for the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we have one item there, 16.1. It's in relation to 3 parts there. I won't read it out. You're more than welcome to read it yourselves if you would like. That's all you got.
Time's up. For those on live stream, we've just lost the motion from our screen, but we'll get that returned for you, and then we'll proceed.
Okay.
What have we got there, Mr. CEO?
I'll get a minute to repeat that.
Okay.
The officers have just had a concern about the contractor's name being published on the live screen.
Right, okay.
So the recommendation has been pulled from the live stream.
Okay.
Just,
well, we'll take advice from the CEO there.
Through Mr. Mayor, can we just have a minute?
Yep.
5-minute recess.
I've asked the council to indulge to suspend standing orders for a minute to sort this issue out.
Okay. We've got a procedural there to suspend standing orders whilst we await that move. Councillor Walker, all those in favour? Okay, welcome back on our live stream. We have a recommendation before us there. Broken into three numbers, 1, 2, 3. Do we have a mover for that particular item? Looking for a mover in Councillor Rothery. Do we have a seconder?
Second
The seconder in Councillor Walkham. Thank you very much. Would you like to speak at all to that resolution?
No, I'm just happy that we're at this point and ready to move forward with it.
Thank you very much. Anyone speaking against? Any further speakers for?
I'll speak for.
Yep.
I think this is just a great step for our community. All great communities have a pool, and to have a fantastic pool by the end of it is going to be fantastic for our community. And so it's great to move forward with this and to see this underway by December next year. So we're looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Any further speakers either against or for? No. Do you want to wrap up there, Councillor Rothery?
No.
We'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. That concludes our meeting for today. Councillors and staff, thank you very much. Thank you, Terry, for your first day serving with us. We look forward to many more.
Bye.